let's go ahead. Oh, you know what I forgot to bring down today? I apologize. It's my fault. I did forget to bring down the map today. So I will bring that down. Try to make sure I remember that so you can fill in that last page for the book of Joshua. Hey, I had a few questions for you. Make sure you can go ahead and stop working on your field notes. I had a few questions. I want you to just call it out if you know. Okay, call it out if you know. Or, no, raise your hand. I want to get your definition. We'll do this a little differently. Your definition. When I say the book of Genesis, your mind. We talked about these sort of one word or a couple word definitions that you could maybe fill in there. Yes, sir. Beginnings. Good. What is it the beginning of? What is it the beginning of? Anybody know? Everything. Everything. It's the beginning of everything. Look at Genesis. Heaven and earth, all of creation, animals, plants, human beings, sin, families, all of that begins right there in the book of Genesis. Our very next book of the Bible is the book of Exodus. When I say the book of Exodus, give me sort of a definition or a takeaway that you would have from that. Brianna? Exit. Okay, leaving, exiting Egypt. What do we mean by exiting Egypt? Somebody sort of give to me what does that mean? What are we talking about there? Emma? Okay. And God brought them out of Egypt because they were slaves in Egypt. Remember, we talked about the 10 plagues. They're given the 10 commandments. All of that goes on in the book of Exodus. We looked at Numbers. Let's go to Leviticus first. Leviticus. When you hear the book of Leviticus, give me sort of like a maybe couple word definition, or what are you thinking about when you think of Leviticus? Yes, sir.
The laws.
The laws. Okay, good. Anybody else? The Levites. Here's how to worship. He gave them laws, he gave them rules for how to worship. So the how to worship is sort of mine, but laws is very applicable there as well. Then we go to our next book, Numbers. When you hear Numbers, what are you thinking of? Guys, I would like a little more participation than just like 4 of you. Okay. Numbers, yes.
The numbers of Israel, like how many there were?
It's the census, right? A census. A census went through, and that's the first part of Numbers. Other things went on in the book of Numbers, but that's sort of our main takeaway from that. Deuteronomy. When you hear the book Deuteronomy, Hudson, the law repeated. Remember? They wandered in the wilderness for 40 years to go to the promised land, and before they go in, God takes time to repeat the law to the people. And then we looked at Joshua, and we finished up with Joshua. When you think of Joshua, what is it that you're thinking of? I probably didn't give you the one word yet. I'll give you one, but just give me yours. When you think of Joshua, what do you think of? Yes? Conquer. I was going to say conquest. Okay, conquest, conquering the promised land, entering the promised land. They're finally there. Hey, this is important. I want you guys to understand this. Understand, how many books are in the Bible? Somebody, or just say it out loud. How many books? Everyone say it? 66. How many Old Testament books? 39. How many New Testament? 27. Do you realize they all go together? You see how we just listed all of that? Genesis is the beginning of the Jewish nation. Exodus is how the Jewish nation got out of bondage in Egypt. Leviticus is God told the Jewish nation, this is how you worship. Numbers was numbering the Jewish nation. We see their sin. Deuteronomy is God again revisits the law to the Jewish people. And then Joshua, they're going to conquer the land, the promised land. See how all of those books just go together? These aren't just random books. These aren't just random things. It's not like, it's sort of like this. How many of you like to read? How many of you enjoy reading? Some of you enjoy reading. How many of you have ever read a book of like short stories? You know what I'm saying? Like, or even like your literature book. Are the stories in your literature book connected? No, they're just random. One may be about an animal. One, they're just random. Now, if you were going to read, somebody raise your hand and give me your favorite. I'll give you one. Well, actually, there's 2. When I was younger. Probably have never. Anybody ever heard of the Boxcar Children? Have you heard of the Boxcar Children? Okay, a few of you have heard of the Box. I don't even remember what it was about. I just remember that I would read the Boxcar Children. My sisters would read, and maybe some. These are like old books now. Babysitter's Club. Anyone ever heard of Babysitter's Club before? My sisters would read like the Babysitter's Club, and I would read like Boxcar Children. And then you get a little bit older. I used to like to read the Hardy Boys. You guys ever heard of the Hardy Boys before? I think there might be some of them back here. My sisters would read the flip side of Hardy Boys, because you couldn't read, girls can't read the Hardy Boys. I guess that's what they were thinking. So they had Nancy Drew. Okay, and those were the mystery stories, everything. You know the thing about Hardy Boys? All of those chapters had to go together. For instance, I don't even know how many books were written. Imagine if they took the first chapter from this book, the second chapter from this book, the third chapter. Could you imagine reading a book like that? It wouldn't make any sense. And sometimes I think that's what we assume the Bible is, but when you really get it and you understand that everything goes together, it helps you put everything together. And that's one of the goals we are looking at during this class. Now, yesterday, we got into the book of Judges, and we ended class yesterday with you guys thinking of what would school be like with absolutely no rules. With no teachers, nobody here, what would school be like? And it wouldn't be anything like what it is today. For instance, I'm going to imagine this. When the bell goes off at 8:30 and there's no teachers here, I'm going to imagine that very few of you would be sitting down in your class, get out your Bible, and work on your field notes. I don't know if any of you would do that. Probably most of you, some of you would be out on the basketball court still. Some of you would be taking that trek to the restroom, that, going back and forth. Some of you would just be hanging out, you'd just be talking. You wouldn't have an interest in coming in and doing your schoolwork. There's nobody there to make you do it. We looked at then what would happen to society without any rules. And we looked at just traffic. Imagine traffic with no rules on that. Just simple things. A speed limit. Imagine, I believe this weekend, somebody was killed because of a drunk driver going the wrong way on one of the freeways. If you've ever been sitting in a long line of traffic and then you look across the way and you see them going fast, you're like, wouldn't it be great just to go over there and get back to where I need to? Hey, go ahead. There's no rules. A lot of things would be different. If there was no rules about making payments, how many people do make payments? Like, I'm going to tell you guys a 18 now. When you're 18, there is a group of people who are going to love you. And they're going to be so kind to you. Quite a bit of things. Just because they're going to give you something. It's this little card they're going to give you. It's called a credit card. They're even going to put your name on it. And they're going to send you multiple ones of them until you agree to take their card. And these people, they're just awesome. They're going to give you money. All you have to do, let me see, I've got a credit card in here. All you got to do is take this magic card and go to a store and you can get whatever you want on this card. Aren't these people great? What they don't emphasize is the fact that you have to pay off that thing. So especially people that are younger, they really go after them because here's what they're thinking. You're not really going to understand that you've got to make the payments. And here's what they want to do. They're going to charge you interest. You guys know what interest is? So for instance, that $100 thing that you bought now will cost you $120. And if you don't pay it off the next month, it'll keep adding on to it. Imagine if there was no rules and nobody collecting on those. Do you think anybody would pay off their bills? You'd be like, no, I'm just going to keep. Can you imagine the chaos if there was nothing, no rules, nothing in charge? When we come to the book of Judges, we're going to see a phrase used over and over again. Every man did that which was right in their own eyes. Let's get a little history of what's going on here. For 350 years after the death of Joshua, God used judges to lead Israel. For 350 years. You guys should be on what page are we on? 65. All right, the first page talking about judges. You got like the little beautiful picture there, and then you're going to have that. Everyone should have your books open to page 65. Remember, who was the first leader of the children of Israel? Moses. Who was the next? Joshua. And who was the third? There's not one. There's not a third that really is over everything. And when there is no leader here, here's what the people are going to do. Whatever they want to do. Remember, you guys saw that map there? Basically, people just started doing whatever they want. There was nobody over everybody, so this tribe would do this tribe would do this. And what we're going to see is God had told Joshua, we talked about this at the end of class yesterday. Remember, God told Joshua, I want you to drive out all of the people? Joshua didn't do it. And God said, if you don't drive them out, then you will begin to follow after what they do. And we read Joshua 24, when you turn away from God, you will be judged. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Exactly what's going to happen. Do make sure that you have your mask on. Make sure you leave it on for the class period there. Here's what happens. The children of Israel go in there. Now, if God told you, take the land, it's yours, I'll give it to you, don't you think you would obey? Remember what we read in Joshua 24? What did the people say? We will follow everything God told us to do. So what happens? Why don't they? Here's why they don't. Judges chapter number 1, you know what they go against? They go against an army with chariots. You say, well, chariots are like the best war technique, the best war equipment that you can have. And they're like, we can't beat them. They see that some of the people, they go in there and it's easier if they sort of enslave the people and make them work for them because, hey, now we don't have to do the job. These guys will work for us. They didn't obey. And they didn't obey, and what happens? They begin to turn their hearts away from God. And when they would turn their hearts away from God, an army would come in and take over for a period of time, and then God would send a judge that would take care of it. The judges governed the people and led the army. God appointed them to deliver Israel from slavery. God appointed them to deliver Israel from slavery. Nico, do you not have yours today? Can you go up to the office and get one for me, please? God appointed them to deliver Israel from slavery. They're enslaved. God would send a judge. This judge would come and he would deliver them, but then in just a short amount of time, they would turn back. And we're going to look at some of these judges. Some of the judges, you know their names. Others, they're hard to say their names. But either way, we're going to look at some of these people. He showed them how to guide Israel in serving him. But even though these judges came, they didn't have as much power. The people, not all of the tribes really looked to these judges. Most of the time, and here's something that you might not really understand, most of the time these judges were over certain tribes. It wasn't like very few of the judges, one of them came and they were over all of the tribes. If you read it, it will list, a certain tribe or a few tribes that they sort of led. And this is what's going on in the book of Judges. The people sin, and we're going to look at this. There's a cycle that goes through. Keeps happening. The people do their own thing now. They still turn to idol worship. Failed to drive out all the Canaanites. And they did exactly what God told them would happen. They begin to make idols like the Canaanites did. They begin to worship those idols. It's stunning. Because some of this starts very, very soon after Joshua. We're talking about a span of 350 years, but some of this, these people would have been there and seen the conquering of Jericho as a child, maybe. They would have seen, remember when we talked about how Joshua set up things to help them remember? They're seeing these things, they're doing it. But they still turn to these other gods and begin to worship these other gods. And really, it just doesn't make sense. Why would anybody worship a false god when they see the true God? And remember, this goes against the first two commandments. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. So the people are going against what God wanted them to do. Why does God not like idol worship? Because idols are not true gods. true God. And this is important. People, even today, people worship idols. And let me say this, idols don't always have to be like the statue or something that somebody bows down to. Again, I don't think anybody in this room is going home and bowing down to an idol tonight. But all of us deal with our own idols. Something we put ahead of God. For many of us, it's a hobby. And that hobby is all we think about. It's what consumes our life. It's all we want to do. Some of us, it's friendship. Some of us, it's maybe ability. Maybe for some of us, it's just the biggest idol that we all deal with is ourselves. We just want to serve ourselves, do what we want to do. So God hates it because they're not true. It breaks the first two commandments. And this is an important phrase, and we're going to break this down just for a minute, just to make sure, because we see this often in the Bible. God is a jealous God. God is a jealous God. Now, when we hear the word jealousy, tell me what you think of when you hear the word jealousy. What do you think of? Or give me sort of a definition. What do you think of, Donovan? Okay, wanting something somebody else has, yeah. Being unhappy with what you have, yeah.
Say like your friend has something and you have something worse than it, so you want him.
Yeah. Jealousy also can apply to people, right? You've got a friend that you hang out with all the time, and all of a sudden they're hanging out with somebody else. And what's inside of us? That little jealousy. I can't believe they'd hang out. Here's a phrase. By the way, I hate this phrase, okay? I hate this phrase. And I'm trying to instill it in my kids not to use it. This idea of best friend, stuff like that. Or this is one that just besties. Okay, don't ever say the word besties. Who came up with this word, all right? It's like a silly word. But anyways, this is, I don't like, and here's why my kids, I have two of my kids that they're like, you're my best friend. It's funny to watch kids negotiate. Two of them were like, if they get mad at the other one, they're like, you're not going to be my best friend anymore, and you're not going to help me open my presents. I'm like, wow, that's a tough life right there. You know, you've really pulled the carpet out from under them. But I mean, they're like sort of, that's what they will say to each other and different things. But we get this idea of this person's my best friend, and so Chase is my best friend. You guys might not have known that, but we're best friends, all right? And if Chase is out there hanging out and playing basketball with somebody else, I'm like, I can't believe him. Why would he hang out with them? It's something that happens, though. It does happen to us. We become jealous. Or in today's social media world, we become jealous when we see other people doing things. Like, this is your friend, but now they're posting pictures of them hanging out with somebody else. And you're like, wait, I wasn't invited? I mean, we've all had that thought, right? We see people hanging out and we're like, why wasn't I invited? We begin to have that jealousy creep in. So when we think of jealousy, let me ask you this. When you think of jealousy, what do you think, a positive or negative attribute? Negative, right? Isn't that what most of us think of? If I were to say Bella is a jealous person, would you say that I'm giving her a compliment? Probably not. Probably not. We tend to think of it in the negative connotation today. So God himself says he's jealous. So when we hear that word jealous, we automatically go to, what's going on here? Why would he want that? But here's what it means. And you got to ask yourself this question. Does God know what is best for you? Yes. Does he want what's best for you? Yeah. It's that. So when God sees you making choices that will harm you, he wants to stop you from making those choices. It bothers him when you're making those choices. And that's the kind of jealousy. He's like, I can't believe they're not paying attention to me. Let me send an earthquake so everyone turns back. That's not what's going on. Now, when other people are jealous, let's be honest, when we're jealous, who are we looking out for? Ourselves, isn't that? I mean, that's what it is, right? Some of you guys mentioned jealousy, or another word we might use for it is covetousness. When somebody gets something that you want, we become jealous over that because we're really trying to look out for what's best for that person. We want what's best for us. When we're mad with somebody hanging out with somebody else and we're jealous over that, Is it because we're concerned about what's best for them? Absolutely not. We're concerned about what's best for us. How do we look? I didn't get to go to that. Why didn't they invite me? So our concept of jealousy is different than God's, because our concept of jealousy centers around the fact of what we want and us. And God centers around you. And he sees you, let's use the book of Judges. He sees the children of Israel turning to these other gods, and he knows it's going to harm them. He knows it's going to hurt them and their kids. And so God wants to break that cycle. And that's why we see this. It's the same thing for me with my kids. Now, I could say, I'm just going to give you an example of how jealous I am and how mean I am. Okay, and this will blow you away. I go to the store. This is the rule I make. I know. Why don't they go hang out with them? It's because I'm jealous, right? It's because I want them with me. Would you accuse somebody of being a jealous for that? No. Why do I want my kids to stay by me? Why do my kids get in trouble? One time I had one of my kids, I think I was at Ross, and I'm looking at something, and I turn around, and you guys don't know what this feels like yet, maybe on the other side, when you turn around and you're like, where are they? Like, that's not a good feeling, right? And I turn around, and I think it was Braden. He's not there. Now I'm like, where is he at? I'm like, Braden? Now, I'm trying not to be too loud about this because Mrs. Moyer in the store, too, and if she knows I've lost him, I may die. All right? I'm not trying to be too loud, not trying to, and I find him, guess what, those of you, probably most of you, like any store, Ross has clothes, and you can sort of go in between the things there. That's where Braden's at. He comes out, I'm happy I found him, and then I'm like, I'm going to kill you. No, I didn't say that, but you know what I'm saying? Like you're happy you found him, and now you're like upset with him. Why did you do that? Why? All of the hundreds of people, let them go hang over there. I'm jealous because I love them and I want what's best for them. And I don't know who that person is. That person doesn't want what's best for them. I mean, do you really as concerned about my kids as I am? And we all know today, I mean, today's just a crazy time to live in. There are people that would do harm to kids in stores like that. And so they have to stay close to you. It's a jealousy, right? I don't want him hanging, when I go to the store, I don't want Braden hanging out with somebody else at the store. By definition, that's like a jealous thing. Because I'm protecting, I want him by me. But that jealousy is different than, I can't believe Chase went out and played basketball with those guys out there. I mean, can you believe he's hanging out with Cody? What Cody over me? What is this? You know what I'm saying? Like that's the jealousy, right? But it's also jealous for me to have Braden, you have to stay by me. But do you see the difference between the two jealousies? One is all about me. The other one's all about Braden, because I want to protect him. When you see God as a jealous God, I want you to think of that analogy of at the store with kids. It's a jealous thing to keep them right by you. But what is best for them? And that's sort of the thing that we're thinking about here. Now, we're going to give you this cycle, and this is so very important. You're going to see this all throughout the book. You are going to need to know this. In fact, you're going to need to know this on Friday, okay? On Friday. The first one is sin. They begin to worship the other gods. They begin to turn to these other gods, and they fall into sin. When this happens, they then go into slavery. Slavery. Again, a foreign country will come in and they will take over and they will conquer, and this is slavery. They will be under bondage of this foreign country. Slavery ensues. After that slavery comes in, they wanted to stick with the alliteration here. So sorrow, I don't really know if that's the best word. Sorrow over their sin. They realize they've made a mistake. I would like the word repentance here a little bit better. This is what the book had. They realize that they've done wrong and they cry to God for forgiveness. And God hears them and provides salvation. That's where the judge comes in. A judge will come in and a judge will help them, and a judge, they will be able to survive because of this judge. Now, here's what I want to get to, because I've got an assignment. We'll come back to this. I want you to go to page number 68. Page number 68. Page number 68, okay? On page number 68, you don't necessarily, I'm not going to have you, we're not going to do this right now. I want you to fill in these names right here, okay? It does go across. You see, it's going to be exactly like what it is there. Othniel, Jair, Ehud, Jephthah. So it goes, so Othniel is 3:9. Jair is 10:3. You guys see how that is in your book there? I want you guys to put these down. Ehud. Oh, Ehud's a great one. The left-handed assassin. You've got Shamgar, who defeated many with an ox goad. What is an ox goad? Just basically a long stick, something they would use to sort of hit to get the ox to move a little bit, and he defeats basically a whole army with that. Deborah, the only lady judge that we see here, leads the army. Jephthah makes a foolish promise to God. Foolish promise. Oh, we're going to find out here. Deborah, Elon. Now, some of these will be very familiar. Now, the ones we just mentioned right there, I'm going to guess the only one you really recognize the name is Deborah. Probably, and if you do recognize the name Deborah and I were to ask you much about her, you probably wouldn't know, but typically we'll recognize the name Deborah. Now, when we get to this next slide, you're going to recognize a few more of these names. Let me give you guys just another second. I'll come back to this. I want to make sure we get all of this in and I explain to you guys what I'm going to need from you. Okay, I'll go back to this slide at the end if you haven't got it done. Barak. Deborah and Barak work together. Abdon. Gideon is one that I'm assuming most of us will recognize the name of. Gideon. The one beside that is Samson. Another one we'd recognize the name of. Yes? Okay. We've got to move a little bit quicker on these guys. Just write them in quick, all right? Barak is 4:6. 4:6. So we'll start writing it there, okay? Barak, Abdon, Gideon, Samson, Abimelech, Samuel, and Tola. Abimelech, Gideon's son. Kills off all of Gideon's other sons so that he can become the leader. Here is an assignment that I want you guys to do. You are going to choose one of these judges. Okay, one of these judges. It can be any one of them. You see right there where it gives you the verse that you first see them in. Now, the events of their lives happen. Some of them it's very short. Others of them is a couple chapters long. I want you to read it. Then, we've done this before. We're going to do something very similar. You now turn yourself into a reporter. And you are going to report on the events of that person's life. So you're going to tell us, most of these, there's going to be a battle involved. There's going to be some things that happen, and you are going to give us what happened with these people. Now, that assignment is due on Friday. On Friday. This will be another homework grade for you. So some of you who have struggled on your field notes, this is a grade to help you there. It doesn't have to be super long. I wanted a paragraph. It's got to be like at least a few sentences, okay? And I will, I'm not going to grade really 3 sentences. It's not great reporting there. details. By the way, I loved it last time. I forget, what did we do it for? Tower, right? Some of you guys used a little bit of humor there, and that is great. I will read these on Friday like I did last time. So I will read them. I will not read your name in it unless you write your name in it, all right? If you write your name, I'm going to assume that you did want me to read it. If you put yourself in the story, but as long as you, if you just write it, and I won't read your name, so that way you don't have to, if you don't want people to know you wrote it, they aren't going to know that you wrote it. And so that will be the assignment as due on Friday. On Friday, you're just going to take it. Tomorrow, we're going to break down some of these and give you a little bit more information about them. Let me just challenge you. Don't just do the one that you know. I mean, you can. Gideon's a great one. Samson's a great one. But maybe for some of you, maybe just try. I'll tell you one that's exciting is Ehud. That's a great event that happens there. A lot of humor easily involved. It involves a man and his death. And I mean, it's pretty interesting, some of these things that go on here. So you're going to pick one of those people. Now, let me just say this. The one verse is not all you have to read, because that usually just mentions sort of their name. But you're going to pick one. You are going to read about them and then give me an article saying this is what happened to these people. If you have any questions, let me know. I'm going to go back to the other slide for those of you that are not done with that yet. And if you are done with this slide, you are dismissed. Oh, I did put a flyer on your desk. Wednesday night for youth group, we're going to have a little bit of a party. We're going to have popcorn. We're going to have some games. We are going to have, if you want to dress up in a costume, as long as it's appropriate, then go ahead and do that, and we'll have a lot of fun on Wednesday. You guys are invited if you're able to, all right? You guys, as soon as you're done with the slide, you guys can be dismissed. Tons. Well, get your notes from, get your notes from someone. You missed your verse.
2. There we go. Now we just got it. Okay, good. Okay, testing. Okay. Okay, Mia. I totally forgot, if you're listening, I totally forgot to give you your chapter 3 notes yesterday when you were here. So I deeply apologize. So I do have your next set of paperwork for you, chapter 3. So when you can come in, my suggestion, just a minute, Mia. Guys, Nico. My suggestion would be today, just take a piece of paper and numerically write down the answers, okay, based upon what you see on the screen, or what you will see on the screen, and then you can get those copied over when you do get your notes, okay? So, so I do apologize for that. I should have thought about that yesterday, but I didn't. So I have those ready for you, so whenever you come to get those, that'd be great. Okay? Okay, class, got chapter 3 ready to go today. So, Bella, what's the question? Okay. Well, you didn't say something, so I just figured you didn't want to.
Get our temperatures taken.
You did not?
No, we did not. So sad, right?
Not right offhand, no. I don't. It's working now because I finally moved it around far enough for, so there was a connection, but I almost had to do a 360 with it.
You got it though?
Yeah, it's finally working.
Okay.
I sent you a second text, so you must have just not got that.
I just haven't gotten it.
Yeah. So, but I had a bleep come through, just a quick bleep that we had, internet was out. And then it went off on my phone. So, I was just wondering if there was internet problems or two, so.
No idea.
But yeah, it was just a quick
Yeah.
that came on my phone and then it went off, so.
Yeah, no, stream looks like.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you, though. Okay, cool. That's is anybody absent today?
No.
Because I got Mia's right here.
Aaron, did you get one? Did Jezreel get one?
Did you get one of the notes today? Is there anybody missing chapter 3 notes? Okay. Didn't think we'd have extras, but that's okay. Okay. Got to take care of this. Let me. Okay, Mia. Shh. You never do? You're serious? I'm not I'm not criticizing anybody, but isn't there a homeroom in here?
Mr. Coral and Mr. Coral, this is their classroom, but our first teacher leaves them where?
I know Mrs. Coral's over there with 6th grade to start. And Mr. Coral's over there, so no one's in here?
Not until school starts, then Mr. Moore comes in, but he doesn't change.
Um, it's October. Okay. Well, since we are at a point, Mia, hang on, bear with us, okay? Sorry. But if you haven't finished your test, now's a good time to keep working on it. Or anything else that you have makeup to get turned in, work on that right now. So here's what I want to do. I need a secretary. Brianna, okay? You got a pen? I want you to write people's names down. And here, do this. Let me write.
Just write it in like order of how they're sitting.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to do the temp, questions, and if they're at home. Okay?
So then just like write their names here. So
Yeah.
write it in order of how they're sitting.
Yeah. Oh, I don't even have my list here. Okay. So, talk quietly, okay? Coming around, I'm going to try and do this quickly, so be ready. Move your hair. 98.4. Do you have any symptoms? Anybody at home?
Wait, where am I writing this at?
The
Oh,
temp,
there.
98.4.
I'm writing this.
And then N, usually it's N and N. No and no.
Oh.
98.4. Okay.
I'm like, wait. No. Okay, there. So then I'll write my name here.
Yep. Okay. Move your hair. Thank you. 99.1. Any symptoms? Anybody at home? Well, okay. $98.2 for okay. 98.2. Any symptoms? Anybody at home problems? Okay. Okay, guys, listen up. I'm going to ask you if you have any symptoms, and I think you know what those are. Scratchy throat, coughing, runny nose, that type of thing. And if anybody's at home has them. So it's either yes, no, 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 or whatever, okay? Okay. Erica, 98.2. Okay. Any? Okay, no, no. 97.1. Okay. Any problems? Okay. No, no for Jezreel. Okay, hood off, Jose. Jose. 98.4. 98.4. Any symptoms, problems at home? No? Okay. He's a no-no. John. 98.2. Symptoms? What?
What is it? I have running nose.
Major running?
Sometimes. But I have bad allergies too.
Okay, we'll keep it there then. At home?
No.
Okay. Okay, Micah, move your hair for just a minute, please. Micah is a 98.4. Symptoms? At home? Okay. Here we go. Destiny. 97.7. Any symptoms? Any symptoms? At home? Okay. Jaden. 97.7. Any symptoms? Home? Okay, she's a no-no. Okay, Tyler. 98.4. 98.4. Any symptoms at home? Okay. No, no. Nico. 120. Because he's hot for you. What did I say?
Our neighbors have monkeys,
Okay.
and they'd get out of the yard.
98.0. Symptoms
They act like
at home?
they're super smart.
Why would you do that?
Jasmine.
Don't say anything. Don't say anything.
95.2. Man, she's cold headed. Got a cold heart. 98.0.
Oh,
Any symptoms?
no.
At home?
No.
No, no. Emily. 97.8. Any symptoms? Anybody at home? Emily's a no-no. 97.8.
Alright, does that mean she gets kicked out of school? Because I'm fine with that.
Natalie is a 97.1. Symptoms? Slowly dying. Okay. But you're okay? At home? Okay. Natalie's a no-no. Ariana, 97.8. Symptoms? Home? Okay.
Whichever one gets
Ariana's a no-no.
1 through 10 is the better color.
Jason's a 98.6. Symptoms?
I had an allergic reaction.
Just allergic? Okay.
He doesn't know what that is.
Anybody at home? Sick? Okay, you're good. No for Jason.
Take care of the egg.
Bella's a 98.6.
Kick me out. What am I?
You're right normal.
99.1.
Any symptoms?
99.
Any
It said it
symptoms?
was like 97.5 or something.
Any symptoms?
99.3.
Any symptoms?
Yeah.
What?
Nausea, heartburn, indigestion.
Take Pepto-Bismol.
Okay. What's that?
This is my mic. Okay. Bella's a no-no.
Chase is gonna get a few more
She
freckles.
actually writes down no.
98.4. Chase is a 98.4.
And Chase has all the symptoms.
98.4 for Chase. And no for Chase. Guys, come over here real quick. Or, yeah, just come here. Hudson, come over here. Cody is a 98.2. Symptoms?
I have coronavirus, asthma, eczema.
Cody's a no-no. 98.2.
Are you here for the giant
You good?
Seinfeld?
Last night? You good? Hudson's a no-no.
Oh, and my brother has the flu.
90. What was it? 90. Hey, what was it? 98.2? 98.2. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Okay, Mia, I think we're about ready to start. Sorry about all that. They didn't get their temps taken today, and so we got to figure that out because it needs to get done before this hour. Okay, so I think we're ready to start. Well, we'll start. Okay, so we are at lesson 30. So, got to change things here real quick. I'm really behind getting things done. Okay, you have your notes. Okay, shh. Chase, it's time to stop talking, everybody. Hey, I only got a few minutes. Me telling you not to talk doesn't mean to keep talking or to start up. Okay? So we need to get going here. Okay, we're on lesson 30 of your new sheet that you just got. If you have not turned in your chapter 2 notes, make sure you've done that. If you haven't turned in the test 2, make sure you're doing that. I will collect those at the end of the day, so make sure that they are there. Okay. Well, that's lesson 4. Wrong. We're in chapter 3, right? So that's the wrong thing. There's 3. Just trying. Yes, ma'am. You should have it at the back of your packet.
Oh, so that's all I need to do this week?
Uh-huh.
Just this for the homework?
Yeah, just
We don't have any other activities?
not this week. Well, we'll have a quiz on Thursday, but you can just make that one up. So basically, it's just 3.1 that you're going to need to get done. Okay? For this week. 3.1. Yeah. Okay? Okay. Shh. By the way, I have a set of notes up here for chapter 2. No name. Page 1 and 2, or page 1 is missing. Okay, does that look familiar to anybody? I don't think so. Okay. Come here and look at this. And also, is this yours? Possibly, because of... Are these both yours?
No, it's not mine. This is mine.
Okay, I'll put your name on there. Also, I have a 2.3 that has no name. That was done on paper. Jezreel? Okay. I'm just going to write your name on there. Okay. And then I'll get those recorded and get those brought back to you probably tomorrow. Okay? Okay. Oh, what a day this has turned out to be. Glorious day. Oh, that's why it's green. No wonder I'm in the wrong subject. There we are, chapter 3. Oh my goodness. Mia, by the way, you got a brownie buck here waiting for you also. And Bella, here's your brownie buck. Okay, just put it in the box, okay? What? Yes. Okay. Okay, everything should be going for you, Mia. So let's get into this. Shh. Minerals and rocks is this chapter. Introduction to minerals. Whoops. It's not up there for Mia, so hang on. Not sure what happened. Let me get back out of this. And Mia, this is just not a good day. I don't know what's going on. Okay, we got a 3-way going. Okay, I think, Mia, we're ready to go. Okay, introduction to minerals. The study of them. So first of all, in order to study it, you got to figure out what they are. Okay, so by definition, minerals are just substances that are found naturally in the earth and have a crystalline structure. Okay, their atoms are in an orderly arrangement, giving them that crystallized look. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so this is just the definition of what a mineral is. Okay, number 2, mineralogy is that study of those minerals. Branch of geology that deals with the identification and the classification of those minerals. So number 2 is mineralogy. Three, talking about the composition of the minerals. First of all, minerals are either elements or they're compounds. Okay? Compounds are a mixture of elements. Okay? An element is its single entity by itself. There's a group of minerals that are classified based upon their chemical composition, or what chemicals are being put or were put into these to form the compounds. Emily?
I don't think I have the right one.
Chapter 3? Lesson 30? Lesson 30? Is anybody else missing? Trade you. Okay. I just want to go back to bed. Okay. Okay. So, you need me to go back? Okay. Three B1. Group of minerals that are classified according to the chemical composition. We'll start off with the native elements. Okay, the native elements is just an element that occurs naturally in its pure form, uncombined with any other element. So like gold, silver, carbon, and copper are elements found in the earth that are naturally made in that unit. Okay, nothing is being added to them to form the gold. Now, man takes gold and puts elements with it to form different types of gold. Okay, but that's when it's taken out of the dirt, out of the earth, and put into a laboratory, and then or some kind of laboratory, and they chemicalized that gold into something else. Okay, they depurify it, basically, is what's happening. But when it is found in the earth like this, it is pure gold, pure silver, pure copper, pure carbon. Okay, the native element. Fool that? Don't think so. I think that's real gold. Full gold is what they chemicalized, basically. Okay, or it's something that has caused the gold to depurify. Okay, or it's rock that looks like gold. Okay. The second is the halides. These are compounds containing fluorine, chlorine, bromine, and iodine. Okay, halides, that's a lot of ions, yes. Not a lot of Heinz, but a lot of Eins. Some of you will catch on to that in here in a minute. Heinz ketchup, Heinz. Okay. Third is your sulfides or your sulfates. Minerals that contain the element sulfur. Okay? Where do you find sulfur? Let me put it this way. First of all, how do you know? No, that's something else. What chemical reaction produces or is made because of sulfur? Something that your parents probably tell you that you should not play with. Brianna? Fire. Fire. A match. The top of the match has sulfur in it. And when you strike it, it creates that chemical reaction that turns into the fire. Okay? So these type of things are what's chemically being put down into that. They're made of this sulfur, sulfide. Okay? Now, this is also where you get, Jaden, your fool's gold. That last picture over there on the right. Okay? So if you can if you think about what the other one was, the difference of the two, okay? This is real gold, so you look at its shininess versus what people used to think is pure gold, and it gives off that that dull type of look, okay, for fool's gold. Okay? Okay, so we are just a minute away from the end of class time. So just, and we're okay. Teachers always like to get through their lessons, but I understand that situations and things need to get done. But here we are. We should have finished this, and then you should have had homework tonight. But we'll finish this tomorrow. You'll have homework tomorrow, but it won't be due till Friday. Okay? 3.1, so Jaden, just go ahead and keep filling your notes in. Try and get the 3.1 done if you can. Okay? Okay. If no other questions or whatever, I will dismiss you. Mia, have a great day, and tune in tomorrow for some more mineralogy. Okay? Bye.
Hello? Okay. Hopefully this works. All right, guys, go ahead and take out our grammar book. Shh. Nico, turn around. Chase, put your chair down and turn around. Okay. Take out your grammar books. Go to our homework from yesterday. Okay. Page 43, parts of speech. Okay. Bella, yesterday, parts of speech. I think that was on page 88. Was it 88, class? Or with this book, Jasmine? Was it 88? Okay. Page 88. Okay. And then, Bella, you can quickly work on page 88 if you want. It's just the parts of speech determining which, if it's a noun, pronoun, adjective, different things like that. So you can go ahead and work on it. We're going to go over page 43 first. Oh, I'm going to put this up. No, we're in this book on page 43. So you can work on page 88, okay? Let's do page 43 together, or give us our answers. Okay, remember that a verb shows what, class? Or it links, or it helps another verb, or indicates existence. Okay, what is a noun? It names a good person, place, thing, or idea. A pronoun does what? Good, it takes the place of a noun. An adjective is a word that modifies what, class? A noun or a pronoun. Good. It answers the questions: what kind, which one, how many, how much, and whose. Okay? It's saying whose shoes, her shoes, which chair, that chair. Okay? Those are adjectives, and those are the questions that it answers. Okay? An adverb is a word that modifies what? Okay, it modifies a verb, an adjective, or another adverb. Good, Emily. Okay, that's what an adverb does. Adjectives modify nouns and pronouns. Adverbs modify verbs, adverbs, and other adjectives. Okay, it answers the questions of where, when, how often, to what extent. Okay, that's an adverb. Preposition is a word that shows how a noun or a pronoun is related to a word in the sentence. We kind of said this yesterday, how it's saying how I'm related to this desk. I'm behind the desk. Behind is a preposition. Okay, it's showing how Jose is related to the chair. He's in the chair. Okay, that is a preposition showing relation. Okay, a conjunction is a word that joins words or groups of phrases. Okay, that's when you have two sentences. You have one sentence. Thank you, Hudson. So Hudson went to the office. Okay, that's one sentence. And is a conjunction joining he brought me back some papers. Okay, Hudson went to the office is one sentence. He brought me back some papers is another sentence. The word and is a conjunction that connects both of those words. That's what joins. A conjunction joins words or groups of words. Okay, so John and Micah. Okay, the word and is a conjunction joining those two names together. Okay, and then interjection is an exclamatory word that is not related to any of the words in the sentence. An exclamatory word is wow, oh, different things like that. Okay, exclamation. All right, let's go over number one. Okay, number one, with hopes of an early end. Okay, what is number one, Natalie? Not an adverb. Okay, you have to look at the word that it's describing. Okay, what is the word end? Good, it's a noun. So what modifies persons or nouns or pronouns? Adjectives. Good. Okay, so end is a noun. Early is describing the word end. Therefore, it is an adjective. Okay, number two, civil war. Okay, what is civil war? Nico? A noun, because it is a thing. Okay, number two is a noun. Number three, proposed. What is that? Jaden? What is number three? A verb. Good. Number three is a verb. The word proposed is a verb. Okay. Number four, what is the word daring? James J. Andrews proposed a daring daylight raid. Cody? An adjective. Good. What word is daring describing? Not daylight. Not proposed. Not A. You got to look at what's describing. It's describing the word raid. Because remember, raid is a noun. Okay, it's not describing daylight because that also is an adverb or adjective describing raid. Okay, so it's talking about what kind of raid? A daring raid. That is why it's an adjective. Okay, what's number 5? Number 5, permanently. Emma? An adverb. Good. It's describing cut off. Okay, that is a verb. And adverbs describe verbs. Number 6, what is between? Brianna? A preposition. It's showing relation to where the routes are. Okay? It is between Atlanta and Chattanooga, or Chattanooga, however you say that city. Okay? It's a preposition. Number 6 is a preposition. John, what's number 7? A pronoun. Good. The word he is a pronoun. Number 8, 19. Jose, what's number 19? What's the word number 19? Number 8. Number 8, the word 19. Not a noun. Not a pronoun. Okay. Is it describing anything? It's not? Good. It's an adjective. Okay. Make sure you're paying attention and following along. Okay. It's saying how many volunteers? 19 volunteers. That's why it's an adjective. Okay. Number 9, what is stole? John? A verb. Good. You can steal or stole. That is an action. Number 10, what is that? Hudson, what's number 10? A verb. Good. Volunteers stole and headed north. Those are both showing action. Number 11 and Aaron, I'm sorry. Conjunction. I was with their class. Sorry. Okay. That is a conjunction. And is a conjunction. Number 12. What is the word able? Cody? Not a pronoun. Not an adverb. It's close. It's an adjective, okay? It's an adjective describing they, okay? Actually, that is used as a predicate adjective. We'll talk about that later, okay? But it's describing they, okay? It's going back to the word they. Number 13. What is 13? Confederates. Chase? It is a noun, okay? Those are things or people, Confederates. 14, miles. Brianna, what is the word miles? A noun. Number 15, what is the word the? What is the word the? Cody? Not a conjunction. Emma? An adjective. Okay. It's an adjective going to the word locomotive. Okay. The locomotive. Okay. Number 16, out. Who can help me with out? Erica? It's not a preposition. Brianna? An adverb, okay? It's answering the question of to what extent ran out of fuel, okay? Number 17, what is number 17? All. John? It's not an adjective, okay? Look at its use within the sentence, okay? Number 17, all were eventually captured. What is the word all? Not an adverb. Who knows? Cody? Not a prepositional phrase. Nico? A noun? Not quite a noun. What is the word that takes the place of a noun? Pronoun. Good. Because all is talking about the group, but it's not naming the group. It's not a name of a group, so it is the word all. Therefore, it is a pronoun, okay? All were captured, okay? That's who it was talking about. What is the word eventually, Hudson? It's an adverb. Give me the words that it's describing. Were and captured. Okay, that is an adverb describing your verb. Were captured. And then number 19, alas. What is number 19? Micah, do you know what number 19 is? An interjection. Good. An interjection is an exclamatory word. It's not really related to the like any other of the words in the sentence. So it's like, alas, the war continued for 3 more years. What is the word for, Jaden? Good. Number 20 is a preposition. Okay, for those of you with this book, let's go over the first exercise, okay? Number 1, the word ascend. Jasmine? Verb. Good. What's number 2 in 2? Jason? Preposition. Okay. Number 3, holy. Cheyenne? What is the word holy? It's saying what kind of place. What answers the questions of the word what kind? Not a verb. It's saying what kind of place? A holy place. Therefore, it is a, Bella, what's number 3? An adjective. It's describing the kind of place. It's a holy place. Okay. Number 4, clean. Ari? An adjective describing hands. What kind of hands? Clean hands. Okay. Number 5, a pure heart. What kind of heart? Jezreel? Not a noun. It's describing heart. What describes nouns? What describes nouns? Look in your parts of speech. Modifies a noun or a pronoun. Not an adverb. One more up. Adjective. Good. So number 5 is an adjective. It's a pure heart. Answers what kind of heart? Heart is a noun. Pure is describing a noun. Therefore, it is an adjective. Okay? What is the word not? Destiny. Number 7. The word not. Not an. Good. It's an adverb. Number 7 is an adverb. Number 8. Unto. Okay. Who can tell me what the word unto is? Ari? Preposition. Vanity. Jasmine. Number 9. A noun. Good. Nor sworn deceitfully. Okay, deceitfully. Jason, what is that? An adverb. Good, describing my verb sworn. Okay. Up is number 11. What is the word up? Bella? An adverb. Good, it's telling us where to lift. Okay. Number 12, your. Cheyenne, what is number 12? Good. It's an adjective describing heads. It's saying whose heads? Your heads. Okay. O, number 13. Who has number 13? Ari? An interjection. Good. Number 14, Jezreel. What is the word doors? Good. It's a noun. It's a thing. What is number 15? The word and. Jason? Conjunction. Number 16, the word of. Jasmine? Good. A preposition. Shall. Bella? A verb. And then in. What is number 18? Ari, do you know what number 18 is? Not a preposition. Bella? An adverb. It's telling us where. Okay? It's telling us where they shall come. Okay? Number 19 is... Jason? Verb. This. Jasmine, what is number 20? Not a pronoun. Not a preposition. Bella? It's an adjective. It's describing the word king. It's saying which king? This king. Okay? Number 21. Jezreel, what is the word the? Not an adverb. One more. It is describing something, so you have that part down, but it's describing the word Lord. Okay, the word Lord is a noun. What describes nouns or pronouns? No, what describes nouns or pronouns? Adjective or adverb? No, an adjective or an adverb. Those describe nouns or pronouns. Which one? Good. Number 21, the word the is an adjective. Okay, number 22, Cheyenne, what is the word strong? Not a verb. Can you strong? It doesn't show action. It's not winking. Okay. Who is strong in this sentence? Lord. So if it's describing the word Lord, what is number 22? Sorry? Not an adverb. Describes nouns or pronouns? Or modifies nouns or pronouns. Good, an adjective. Number 22 is an adjective. Okay, number 23, the Lord, Jason. A noun. In, number 24, Jasmine. The word in. Preposition, and then battle, Ari. A noun. Awesome. Okay, good. Let's talk about recognizing action verbs. Okay, give me one second. Okay, everyone turn to page number 45, Creative Dialogue. Okay, and then for those of you in this other book, Creative Dialogue will be on page number. Do you guys know where that is? Dialogue. Monotonous style, sentence structure. Do you guys have that? Where? What page? The blue book. That's what it is. World Book Reports, outline form. Open subjects. Yeah, I don't think you guys have it. Okay, well, just listen well, all right? I'll make you guys some copies later, all right? Dialogue, listen, for those of you with this book, okay, dialogue, okay, is the study or a conversation. Dialogue is a conversation between characters, okay? Outer dialogue refers to the conversation said aloud, okay? Outer, obviously aloud. Inner dialogue is the character's thoughts. Inner dialogue is sometimes denoted with the use of italics rather than question marks. Both types of dialogues are equally important because working together, they reveal the whole character. So using a picture or painting of your inspiration, you will be writing a creative dialogue using the 4 steps of the writing process. Class, what is the 4 steps of the writing process? Number 1, plan. What is number 2? Write. Number 3, rewrite. And then number 4, edit. Good. So you plan, you'll write, you'll rewrite, and you'll edit. Actually, I'm going to go over this tomorrow when I make copies for everyone. So go ahead and put that away. Take out your literature books. Turn to the page number, page number 63. Okay, All Nature Sings. You will have a timed reading today. Page 63 to 65. Okay. Yes, you do. Okay, a reading quiz. So make sure when you're reading this, you want to comprehend what the story is saying. Okay, you want to know the parts about nature that speak the clearest to the author. Okay, you want to know what the author thinks about White Mountain Brook. You'll understand that in the story. Okay, you want to know where the professor felt God's existence, where he was. Okay, and then you want to know what teaches men or reveals or teaches the nature that reveals God. You want to know what teaches that reveals God. Okay, and then what makes blind or men blind to seeing God's revelation through nature. Okay, you will have 10 minutes, not 10 minutes, 7 minutes to complete. No, what is it? 10 minutes to complete it, okay? Ready, begin. page 63 to 65, okay?
Good morning. Welcome to pre-algebra. Ooh, let's turn this down just a little bit. And we're on page 87. Page 87 of your textbook. We're on 2.6, scientific notation operations. What happens if we want to add together or subtract or multiply or divide? Scientific notation, okay? It's actually a very common thing. We have to do it all the time in science classes. The only difference is that in science classes, they have something you don't. Something like this that natively handles scientific notation, which is wonderful and amazing. All right, so I'm going to teach you guys the basics. Hey, settle down. We're going to teach you guys the basics. We're not going to deal with certain advanced cases because, seriously, once you get out of Algebra 1, you just throw it all in here, hit enter, and hope it all worked out. Okay, anyway, that's actually not how you're supposed to do it, but anyway, that's what ends up happening. All right, so here's the deal. Here's how we work with scientific notation. The first rule is that in order to add or subtract scientific notation, the powers have to be the same. So they both have to be 10 to the third in this problem here. Okay, it doesn't have to be 10 to the third. They just both have to match. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's something that we would have to consider. The book is only going to give you ones that match. Okay, does that make sense? So we're not going to deal with how to transfer back and forth. But much like common denominators, you need common powers, okay, in order to be able to add. All right, so let's look into example A. This is example A, part A on the screen. We have 2.3 times 10 to the third plus 5.9 times 10 to the third. When we go through and add those together, first of all, we're going to add the mixed decimal factors. So we have 2.3 plus 5.9 gives us 8.2. Shouldn't be news, okay? And then notice we just copy times 10 to the third. There's no addition happening, nothing. Okay? Does that make sense? That's all you do. It's actually pretty simple. Now let me explain why real fast, but go ahead, what's your question?
Would it always, like when it's on the right-hand side with the times, do you always just leave it? Or do you
Yeah, because they have to match. It's like denominators. You just don't add that part. And here's why, okay? If I took 2.3 times 10 to the third, well, that's 2300 plus 5900, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. So we don't want to have to go back through and do this every time. Does that make sense? But that's what ends up happening. And so that what happens is, okay, that powers of 10, there's no addition happening over there. Does that make sense? So because there's no addition happening over there, we didn't suddenly move the decimal. Okay, nothing else happened. Everything just gets copied. Does that make sense? Okay. So that's where it lands. Now, unfortunately, what will happen sometimes is... Okay, nope, I skipped some stuff. So, new page. All right. If we have 6.7 times 10 to the negative 7th, whoops, not over, minus 1.8 times 10 to the negative 7th. Okay, again, notice our powers have to match. I can just copy times 10 to the negative 7th. We don't actually do anything there. Okay, and then I just take care of the front part like normal. So divide, or not divide, cancel my word English. All right, 17 minus 8 is what? 9. 5 minus 1? 4. So 4.9 times 10 to the negative 7th is the correct answer. Now, not every number written in a power of 10 is correct scientific notation. For example, okay, if I were to get 316 times 10 to the third out of a problem, that's not still in correct scientific notation. Okay, so then we have to deal with it. Okay, so I need to go through and move the decimal 2 more times. So I'm going to add that 2 to the 3 that's already there and get 3.16 times 10 to the 5th. Does that make sense? Okay, so if I have to continue moving the decimal, it just gets added into the total.
Why do you have to move the decimal?
Because I have to be between 1 and 9. Or 1 and 9.9999.
But then how many times you move the decimal is how many you
How many add in? Yes, okay, so let's back up. Okay, and let's just do this. I'm going to do this again, but much slower, and then I'm going to do it in 2 columns, okay? So if I get out of a problem 316 times 10 to the third, okay, off to the side, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write down what's actually happening, okay? So I have 316, 1, 2, 3. That's the number I currently have, okay? So over here, in order to be in scientific notation, my decimal has to be after the first non-zero from the left. Does that make sense? So I have to be, that first digit has to be between 1 and 9. 316 is not between 1 and 9. Okay? So to get here, I have to move the decimal 2 times. Does that make sense? Okay? So then I'm going to add 2 to my exponent because it's already been moved 3 times. So now I'm going to have 3.16 times 10 to the 5th. Or for the sake of illustration over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 3 were the original 3. These 2 were the 2 I added. 3.16 times 10 to the 5th, though, is the end result. Okay? Does that make sense? Okay? So that's the goal. Okay? We just don't have to go through the long step. Okay? Of rewriting it out. You follow it? Okay. That's confidence inspiring. All right. Example B. Okay, so if I have 0.67 times 10 to the 8th, well, in order to get it between 1 and 9 over here, I have to move this over 1 time. Now, notice that this started out as a number less than 1, which means I'm going to subtract 1 instead of add 1, because I've made a smaller number larger. So this is going to become 6.7 times 10 to the 7th. Does that make sense? Okay, this will happen after a subtraction problem a lot of times. Okay, so this is part A. This is example B, by the way. All right, part B. I have 123.9 times 10 to the 9th. Okay, so I need to move it over 2 times. So we're going to add 2. So 1.239 times 10 to the 11th. I always have to go after the first non-zero. So here, from the left, the first non-zero digit. So in here, that's the 6. So I only move it as far as I have to. Here, that's the 1. So I move it all the way over to where it's behind the 1. That's how I know. How many times is entirely dependent on where I need to go. Okay. All right, which example was that next slide? This is part A. Okay. Now, here's why we need to know that. Let's look at, this is example C, part A. Okay? We have 8.9 times 10 to the 5th plus 7.4 times 10 to the 5th. Well, they're the same power, right? Okay, so no problem. 8.9 plus 7.4, that's 16.3 times 10 to the 5th. Again, no problem except now 16 is bigger than 9. So we have to move it one more time, 1.63 times 10 to the 5th. This is why we need that. Because our answer has to be in proper scientific notation. The other is a correct number, it's just not proper scientific notation. Yes?
What's the point of scientific notation? Yeah.
We just went into all that yesterday.
Cool.
For science? It's more complex than that. But yeah, we went into it all for yesterday. The whole point of scientific notation is to be able to write large and small numbers or show precision quickly and through a standard. Can you not? Thank you. Both of you.
Are we ever going to use it, in a regular job?
Define regular.
Wendy's.
Probably not, but let's be honest.
Lawyer.
You should have an understanding of how numbers work in general. If nothing else, you're teaching your brain how to think. See, that's something that, like, I don't think math teachers point out enough. No, hold on. Okay, first of all, you'll need it to be able to get out of high school. Okay, you're going to need this for all your future science classes, so learn it. However, okay, even past high school, if nothing else, learning the skill teaches your brain how to learn. It's an important skill. So even if you personally will never use this again, which is possible, I'm not going to deny that. My job is to give you guys as much general information I can give that might apply to the most people. Okay? Some people will need this.
Like who?
Like anyone who wants to do anything related to science, including medicine. Okay? However, past that, if nothing else, I'm teaching you how to learn. Okay? And that's extremely important. Your brain needs to know how to expand, how to take on new information, how to learn with that. So Yeah, when will we use every aspect of math? You won't. I don't use every aspect of math I ever learned.
Like solving for X.
And I teach it. Okay? And I solve for X all the time. So anyway. Actually, there are plenty of times where I've been in the store and needed to know how many of something, and it was easier to set up as an equation once you know it. Okay? Or it's just a practical life skill. There was one in particular where I was able to convert a square to an octagon and actually you can actually do that. You can transform shapes into other shapes because I knew the math, and it was to fix my swamp cooler. Swamp cooler. Okay? Okay, it's an air conditioner, but cheap. Anyway, so that's the short version. So, huh? Because then that way we could double the number of spouts pouring into the pads. Makes it twice as school. Anyway, I needed to know the lengths to each quarter of an octagon when all I had was to the sides of a square. Because I had an old 4-spout system and I was making an 8-spout system. Anyway, so there's multiple ways this stuff can be used in ways that you might not expect. So, yeah, or more to the point, you're going to have to go through chemistry. You may have to go through physics. You may have to deal with those things. Okay, can we stay on topic, please? Thank you. I am aware of it. You're fine. Okay, just don't look up at it. All right, so that's the whole point of this, though. Okay, at minimum, you need it to get out of high school. At maximum, you'll be using it the rest of your life. All right, moving on. So, that right there is our final answer. So now let's get back into this. Silence yourselves. I've humored this enough. Okay. Can we not? Thanks. All right. So, one more example. Part B. Okay, we have, this is example C still. Example C, part B. We have 5.82 times 10 to the 4th minus 5.8 times 10 to the 4th. Okay, so we still have 5.82 times 10 to the 4th minus 5.8 times 10 to the 4th. Okay, notice my decimals line up. That's important. And then I just throw a 0 in here to make up the difference. It's a 0, I promise. Oh my goodness, it's just getting worse. Okay, so when I subtract, it gets to be 0.02 times 10 to the 4th. Well, that's not proper scientific notation now, is it? Okay, so how many times do I need to move the decimal? 2. 1, 2, right after the first non-zero. So 2 times, and since it's a small number, I'm going to subtract 2 times 10 squared. Okay, 2 times 10 to the 2nd power is the correct answer. All right, does that make sense? Yep. Okay, so you won't always need to fix it, but you should always check if you need to fix it. Let's put it that way. Okay, so there's some examples both ways. So here is your list of steps. You just add the mixed decimal add the mixed decimal factors, the beginning piece. Okay, you just copy down the powers of 10 with their exponent. You don't add or anything. Okay, and then you double check that it's correct scientific notation. This is the exact steps you should follow every single problem. Your work today. Let me see here. Oh, we got a solid 20 minutes of class left. No. Let me see here. What are we going to do here? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Let's see here. All right. No, if you have questions, you can ask me, though. All right. Homework. 2.6, all. Yes, all 21. Homework 2.6 all, it's on page 90. Okay? I'm purposely just doing that instead of the practice because this doesn't need a ton of practice in it. Does that make sense? I feel like this can be picked up pretty easily. Do this on separate paper. Please do not try to squeeze all that in your textbook. Okay? You know who you are. All right, anyway, so please do this on separate piece of paper. You're doing homework 2.6 all, not practice. Okay? You're doing homework 2.6 all. It's 21 questions, and it includes some review, which is a good thing with the test coming up next week. Okay? I've announced this before, but tomorrow you have a quiz over 2.4 and 2.5. Hold on, please. Monday and Tuesday, you will have test 2. Study. You all need to bring up your grades. Study. Okay? You with me? Every single one of you needs to study. If you don't think you need to study, you are wrong. Study. Okay? So test 2 is coming up on Monday and Tuesday. You have a quiz tomorrow. Past that, if you guys have homework that you need to hand me directly today, please do so. Otherwise, make sure it's turned in on Google Classroom. Distance learners, I will see you guys later.